Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Where we had left off, our party of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, had been making their way through the tunnels underneath the Obsidian Peak. After landing at the Garnet Keep and finding their way up the mountain to find the tunnels which they escaped through last time, to make their way back to the buried city of Drow. They've been traveling a few days now to try and get back to the city, with General Roderus, the dragonborn of their party now, following along with. After some time, you're beginning to see the caves underneath the mountain start to shift. A shift, Alira, that you're very familiar with, going from the surface to the forever dark. The Underdark, as some call it. Where both your people and Illithids run rampant. Aberrations of all kinds can be found in this place, and are primarily the one threat that comes between your people and being able to hunt for the creatures under this space that both communities dwell and live upon. Keeping your guard up, you're beginning to find the scouts. One such as yourself used to be. The ones who would guide parties to the city, who would keep back the scouts of the Illithids and other creatures before they even reach the city's inner tunnels and gates. One such, in Undercommon, shouts to you as they see you approach. Who goes there?
I step forward. An envoy of House Mariel. Alira, former scout, returning from a mission from Her Majesty. And as such, I serve as an escort and envoy.
Returning from a mission, you say?
Aye. I speak in Undercommon, feeling almost a sense of relief being able to speak my mother tongue. We are here to end up discussing terms with the surface. I have ended up serving as escort to end up showcasing a handful of individuals from the surface to come and meet with Her Majesty, a holy matriarch.
And you would vouch for these on your own head?
Upon my own head and every head of House Mariel, should you deem it necessary.
Then glory be. You may proceed.
Glory be to you, Scout. I gestured to the others and waved them there towards. Still walking beside whoever would dare take the lead. I watch. Even now I can see the telltale signs of scouts hidden amongst the crevices of the rocks, the roots above, perhaps even lurking with spiders and other such things, ready to ride and fall from the sky like a great stalagmite, piercing the heart of the enemy and bringing swift death to those who would end up threatening our undercity. I almost forgot how reassuring it is to see darkness and stone above as opposed to blinding light and torches that dance amongst the sky.
The glittering stone above, with the bioluminescence of the torches and mushrooms and other such things that grow beneath here and are carried by your fellow scouts. You welcome that glittering rock. Your eyes not straining. The bright lights of the surface gone from this place, never touching it. Your eyes can rest being in this place. The scout who called to you is escorting you all as well, kind of following in the rear. His weapon drawn, ready, but not threatening.
It's a comfort. I feel like for so long, as I walked amongst the surface dwellers, I had merely shielded myself. Even with the threats of illithids below, I almost feel, naively so perhaps, that I could let my guard down here. That I feel no threat of suddenly being blinded by a sudden rising of the sun. Instead, it's comforting to know that the air above will not change on me. I can't help but offer a small smile, thinking of it.
Sorry, just changing one thing here. Okay? Because I forgot.
Sorry, am I speaking too softly?
No, I'm missed doing the actual change of the game we're playing. My bad.
Yep. And that's kind of on me because was in like 3 different conversations and forgot to remind him.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
It's all good. Walking through, you come to the city gate, is which is kind of like a gate you would normally see in the surface world. A pair of very large doors, and the space that you occupy in front of it very wide, in the event that there are riders or other such under dark vehicles going through the gates that need to pass through. But one of which has a um, sort of a person size sort of door shape in the midst of it as well, made of the 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 sorts of materials that you would find in a place this deep underground, metals uh, and other such things. The the guards that stand at these gates uh, call out to the scout. The scout replies that this is an envoy under the guide of House Mariel. The the guard looks at you, Alira, speaking in Undercommon as well. Are you the head of the house?
No. No, I'm not. I think back to a matron Marielle. Once the House of Marielle was known for its vast influence amongst the court, amongst my people. Now we're left as a shriveled vestigial limb. I haven't been home for quite some time, having spent most of my time as a scout. However, last I heard, we were spider breeders. Slave pens converted to hoarding animals. A pauper's existence compared to what we were once. Losing not only in coin and prestige and influence, now we're something worse. A vestigial limb of whatever was, trying to find a use. I was offered up into the services of our queen. In truth, I believe it's because our house could ill afford a child under their roof. Casting me out as a scout would end up offering a showcase of noble purpose for House Marielle, and in truth, forced me to feed upon whatever it was we could scavenge outside. That is why I followed Goulant.
Normally, that would be the fate of Mariel's sons.
True. True. So how sad is it when even their women are cast to such lowly positions?
The guard speaks to you, Alira, in Undercommon. Perhaps you should pay a visit to your matron.
I will do so once my duty to our queen is finished.
She gives you a nod. The
Um,
scout is dismissed, and you're ushered in by the the woman who has been at this post. She is far more well equipped. She's dressed in the armor of the city, as is common with the city guard. Whereas the scout that you had been escorted by was dressed in rags, carapace as he could find. His long silver hair matted and unkempt. But she looks divine by comparison. She introduces you into the city, and once you are the pathway going from the gate, you see that there are the sort of outskirt cities where the farming and the creature raising of the city takes place in this sort of very large, maybe miles wide and miles high, dugout construction of the city. Having been here before, the ceiling spans until all you see is dark. You see no rock above you, but you only see black. The city, as you continue through the path, through the sort of farming plots of the mushroom farmers, the spider ranchers, the other such creatures that are raised for food and service in this city, then begins to change to a walled construction where you are brought in by yet another guard who stands at this watch, the first being dismissed back to her post. And inside this shorter wall section of the city, while the construction of the buildings themselves are made of rock or dug out and dug into the city walls as you reach the outskirts, the one thing that stands out above all else is that the light sources down here are dim, bioluminescent, or in that sort of range, either magically powered or other such things. The light is always very soft blues and pinks and yellows. The stone around you seems to glimmer almost with a little bit of the stone and the mineral that all of these buildings are made of. The bricks having been carved out of the wall as the city has expanded and brought back into the city to build new constructions. You see what seems like thousands of people going about their daily business as anyone would suspect of a surface dweller. You see primarily the well-dressed women of the drow making their shopping trips, making their purchases, making the business deals, making the daily life of the city happen. Whereas when you look upon the men of the city, they're the homemakers. They're the ones who run the household. Possibly even some of them dragged along as pets, serving as nothing more than an entertainment vessel for the person who's got them by a leash. But such
It's
is
good to be home.
the culture of the Drow.
Embarrassingly so. And now we have Drow males working in these crags to end up elevating stone that once ended up falling upon House Mariel to supply the labor. Now, houses donate their unwanted males in order to end up serving the, well, whatever labor needs doing. In truth, it's a pitiable state of affairs compared to it in its highlight days, or so the stories say. Still, I am continuing to end up serving as the vanguard for our esteemed guests. Now, there's a bit of a sad eye in my gaze. When I was at the surface, I think about what they do above, and at all times I would contrast it not with this sinking city that we wander now, but the glory it once held. Pitiable state of affairs.
And you can see that women along the street are starting to give General Roderick a sort of quizzical look, as one would at your whole group, really.
I imagine so.
But he's also giving them quizzical looks, as he's not sure what to make of this place.
Are you not at ease, General?
It's new.
Well, I can certainly appreciate that. It was much the same when I first arrived at the surface. It was a difficult time for a lot of people. Still, this way. I bring him towards the hollow halls of our queen. I have no doubt that many onlookers are curious. Why is this one not in chains? Why is this one allowed to parade in such a queer dress sort? But truth is that I end up holding my station with a degree of pride. I want to end up being sure to make him arrive safely and for the matters discussed. A war is brewing, as above, so below. And the changes needing to happen require us to end up taking decisive action. I continue to speak to the General. Understand it's at this point the oddity ends up coming from the way you carry yourself. It's an unusual sight, to say the least.
Very, very strange, but I will hold my tongue, as I'm sure no one can understand me down here anyway.
Probably not. though they still understand the old tongues. Even I still speak a small amount of what you call Elvish, though the dialect has shifted, certainly over the past 1,000 years. It's still a shared tongue. I walk to the gates of what I can only imagine is the hallowed halls that we end up if we ended up leaving the Queen that last time. I make it clear that the general of the surface world, or as much as that title would end up mattering, is here to end discussing a proposition to our Queen, and that House Mariel Zalira has returned as promised. Let us hope that the general sees the matriarch's wisdom.
You can continue to walk the city streets. People continue to look at you with odd stares and things, but continue to mind their own business, going about their daily routines. And towards what you assume is the approaching rear of this massive cavern that you find yourselves in is the spire of the city of Menzoberranzan. Your home. The Tower of Her Majesty Bellicerna. And her court, and her daughters, princesses each. You imagine she has a lot on her plate today, and with this sort of unexpected, as you had promised you would return. However, her fitting you into her day may be of maybe some weight at Her Majesty's discernment. You come to the castle gates. You present yourself as you would see as the house member who is guiding these strangers. Even the guard at this post has maybe never seen the Lucky Sevens. Maybe they weren't on shift during the last time they were here. But you make mention in only one way that a drow can, so I would like you to make a persuasion check real quick to see how long it takes for this guard to send the message to Her Majesty.
Okay, first roll tonight.
Yep. Fingers crossed.
Dread. I'm gonna let you guess, Coffee. Gonna let you guess.
A 2?
You got a 50-50. Actually, hold on. No, I do have lucky as a feat, don't I?
Do you?
Yes, I do. Whenever you can attack roll, ability check, so you spend one luck roll.
Yep, this
Roll
counts as an ability check, so
Okay.
spending a luck.
Okay, that is so much better. Oh, that is so much better. Persuasion, that makes a 26.
Ooh, spicy. Immediately,
Went from a not one to a 19.
I was being hopeful and saying it was a 2.
No. That is... Okay. Yeah, there's a reason I have that. I had to take that feat as a mandatory.
Yes. Indeed. So, upon speaking with the guard at the royal palace gates, you put in some urgency and emphasis in that you are here with a diplomat from the surface who is requesting Her Majesty requesting a an audience with Her Majesty to at least present a case for an alliance. You you put the right sort of emphasis on things in Undercommon, and the guard at the gates feels that sort of urgency that you are presenting with, and so upon hearing that, has taken it upon herself to to walk you into the palace doors, as you have said you are returning from a mission that the queen has sent you on herself as well, and one does not keep Her Majesty waiting. And so, walking you through the palace doors, through the main halls of the palace, you see that there are portraits and statues of Her Majesty's predecessors. The in some of them maybe not necessarily being queens, but others being revered heroes of perhaps large conflicts with the Illithids as well. A lot of warriors have been honored in this hall, as well as the lineage of Belisarna herself, who is from a long line of queens. Her house being a house very famous for the sort of leaders that are born of this house. And so you make your way through these halls. You see also that there are also little shrines and dedications to the Spider Mother, Lolth, the patron of the Drow, the one god who did not forsake them. And so you enter into the main throne room of the palace, and you see that there are other dignitaries and other people just sort of gathered around, waiting their turn for their audience with Her Majesty. She is sitting upon her throne, her long, luscious white hair sort of draped all over the throne and throughout the room, almost as if spider web strings kind of flowing out from her. Her dress long with purples and blacks, her skin sort of dark like ebony, and her crown just sort of sitting on top of her head, glittering with the sort of magical gems that also inlay within it. And the guard presents you all in Undercommon as Alira of House Muriel brings the Lucky Sevens before you're, in so many polite words, told to get in line. And being at the end of the line of people who are addressing Her Majesty this day, Alira, you would understand that the dignitaries who are here speaking in Undercommon to their queen are pleading for her to 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 act in one way, pleading for her to act in another way, pleading for her judgment on this, that, or the other, just sort of daily business that a ruler would have to address in the day-to-day sorts. And uh, so it's nothing of any real interest unless you're wanting to be a politician at any particular point yourself. um, but it's allocating food, allocating water, allocating this, that, or the other thing, as far as building materials, as far as labor, all sorts of things before it comes to your turn several hours later. And when all of the other dignitaries have left and have also given the Lucky Seven some rather discerning looks, but not necessarily saying anything, you are left alone with the queen herself, and of course there's some guards posted along the walls that all seem to be of um, have swords on their hips, very like heavy armor set upon them, and they also uh, have their hair kind of tied up in a very practical hairstyle, and it's all sort of uniform amongst them. And the queen finally says, "Come."
I step forward, gesture for the others to follow suit. As I place ourselves before her and take a knee and lower my head, to be clear, showing proper reverence. My queen, I bring a dignitary, a general, who wishes to end up conversing. You had asked me to look upon the surface, to end up seeing if there was any possibility of learning of it. All I have learned. As we wage war with the illithids below, above there is a threat more the same. A death-worshipping cult has taken root. Devils and demons scour the skies and earth. Yet their people have continued to end up fighting alone. They asked to end up reaching an envoy, or reaching a discussion with you for particular military allegiances. As we are threatened below, we will be threatened above. I do not wish to end up speaking on behalf of our people, so I can think of none better than to hear your decree upon the matter. I introduce the general properly and formally, in the way that would be expected of my people, along with those she's met before and those new faces here. Some, quite literally, new faces, old names. After going down the line, I end up lowering my head once again, until she commands me to raise it, or raise to my feet. This is what House Mariel offers the Drow people. And in such, I worry. Raised as a scout, I was never much for political acumen. No, that has always been the matron Mariel. I simply serve as a extension of my house. And only hope to the horizon that something great is soon to come. Lest we be lost without coin and name, and forgotten the annals of history. Such a shame I could never live it down.
And as if you're hearing your native tongue, each of you, coming from the Drow Queen, Belisarna, she addresses you all. I welcome you as guests of House Maria. Alira, daughter of said house, you say that a death-worshipping cult has wreaked havoc amongst the people of the surface. I question, how does this affect our people? Death has always been the reverence of the surface dwellers.
I can only speculate. But here's the truth of it. Once these demons, these devils, get a hold of the surface world, they'll dig down. They'll dig down because it is all they know to do. They're akin to an infestation. And when they do, we will be caught in a war on two fronts. And I do not know the Illithids and the devils will end up turning on each other or find joint cause. You asked me to assess the surface world. And here's my assessment. They have a litany of individuals who are off to war, fighting a enemy that they struggled to maintain. We, on the other hand, struggle to end up maintaining our own dwellings. Even now, my heart breaks when I see even the men of great houses reduced to laborers, because we do not have the ability to end up gaining the hands we once held. Whereas beforehand, they would end up having barbed whips in hand. Now they hold ropes pulling stone, chisels. However, the surface world has also forgotten of us.
As it should be. It is our one protection.
From what? Now. I would beseech you, my queen. If the threat is not handled, if it is not approached now, it will come. Of that I have no doubt. We would stay down here, and we would be silent. Maybe 10,000 years more, but they will come. And in 10,000 years, we will end up continuing our ever-persistent war with the Illithid, winding our houses down further and further.
They continue to do
What?
so even now, without a leash. Our city is on the brink. I do not have the men to spare. We do not have the men to spare. Or the women.
Heavens forbid the women. I propose, as such, the surface dwellers are accosted by devils and demons, and this death-worshipping cult. However, its enemies may also prove to be our salvation. In days of old, we had climbed to the surface, and in our glory, whole villages would be taken and disappeared. They would write stories of us, of the sudden disappearance of farmers, villagers, whole countrysides in a single evening. And our cages would be filled to the brim with all the meat required to cast into labor. With such a force, would we not have a moment to end up near finding a reprieve, to rebuild what is ours? And better still, gain an ally upon the surface as we take their enemies and fill our holds with their numbers, to end up finding a common ally, no longer, however, in the whispers of the terrors that come at night, but as liberators. We are masters of our trade. And we could be again. And with the surface world, we have much to gain there as well. How much more would we gain with willing allies? And not just rapscallions or those who would trade in their own kin, no, but that of nations, of whole armies. So above, so below. And when their enemies become cracked and shattered, and our strength swells, We might also find an answer in time for the illithids that stalk us in the caverns all around our city. To no longer need to scavenge and scout beyond the wall, but to take it utterly. Instead of abandoning our old cavernous highways, to reclaim them. To no longer hide behind walls in fear of a burning world above, of giants and dragons, and instead to end up finding ourselves rebuilt anew. A new age is coming, my queen, whether we choose to accept it or not. But we can find a place in it. One worthy. In the surface, they think Lolth to be a minor deity. Her worship is all but forgotten, save for a tale told to frighten small children. I think they need to know what Lolth was doing down here for over 1,000 years. To know even the surface dwellers would then call upon her name and recognize her greatness. What tales would they tell of the queen that made that happen, I wonder?
You speak of a time in which we would no longer fear dragons and giants. Is that why you bring one to me tonight? And she looks towards Roderus. My queen, I am here as an emissary of my people, he says to her in common.
I proceed to translate for him.
But what you realize about the room is that she's speaking in Undercommon and everyone can understand her.
Okay.
So conversing back and forth doesn't require a translation. She's made this room or is wearing something or something else of a magical effect that everyone in this room can understand one another regardless of language.
Fair. I just thought it was the pretty helmet.
Could be. And what about the rest of you? We had met prior 5 or 6 years ago, as the surface would count it. I recognize the plight of the surface. I also would have you consider the plight of my people as in return. The Illithids are without master. No longer do they have a elder, or are perhaps building up another to take on such a role. But for now, they harry us endlessly. Our scouts have dwindled in number, and our guards are a threat. For now, the city remains untouched. But they will breach the wall one day soon, I fear.
I think at this point, Arya will step forward and take a knee to the Queen. Your Majesty, if I might.
Please.
We have faced these monsters before, as a group. And we know, if I remember right, all those years ago, we had seen the laboratories there, nests. If it is that your people need aid, then allow us surface dwellers to show our goodwill towards this future peace and provide it. We will find their nests and we will burn them all. She'll lower her head at that,
They number in the
denoting that
thousands. Aberrations are a plight that have been brought onto this world by those who had no foresight into the consequences of their actions, brought on by the calamity that destroyed the surface. Or so we thought until several years ago. That any life existed beyond our Underdark was a myth.
Vanya at this point would take a knee next to Arya. Have you started to realize, my queen, that this group specializes in removing aberrations? You've gotten quite good at it. If you would allow, we'd help rid you of as many of them as we possibly can.
Then perhaps, she looks to General Roderus, there is much to discuss before you all return. Between one so ancient and myself. If you feel that this is your way to prove to me that the surface will welcome us, will join with us, and us with them, in this war against their death, then I need proof that the surface is worthy of my sacrifices. And that my sacrifices will not go in vain. Do this for my people. And I will pay a visit to the surface myself. With our armies. Knowing that my city will be safe. Is that agreed?
Vanya looks to the general.
Agreed.
Then for everyone, your people, and our own, we'll do this.
Alira.
Yes, my queen.
If you are to go and fight, you must go prepared. In your hands I will bequeath the Bright Queen's armor. You understand the significance of the gift I am giving you.
I am expressing shock and awe in equal measure. I stumble over my words, unsure what to say, yet in fear of making a fool of myself, I simply give a nod, lowering my head in respect, though I am unsure as to how to proceed. As Marielle has fallen such a way, such a gesture was never even within dreaming. It would be as absurd as believing one could place Marielle upon that throne themselves. I dismiss the thought as soon as it crosses my mind. Simply in silent awe of what my queen has granted me.
She stands from the throne. Her hair and garb kind of draping beyond her. She goes towards the back wall of the throne room, and you see that there maybe it had been obscured from all of your sight for a moment, but you see it now that there is a set of armor there that, while Alira's looks very similar to it now, there are symbols of a sort of sun, which symbolizes the lineage of the Bright Queen. The Bright Queen having been the original founder of this underground city. One whose house still continues to sit on this throne. A warrior of immense repute. And this armor is ancient, but still looks new. worn by my mothers before me. I feel as if there is a greater need for this in your hands than in mine currently. If the threat is as dire as you speak, and you say that you have dealt with threats like this innumerable, then would you do me the honor, Alira of House Mariel?
It would be the honor of the entirety of House Mariel. If it is your wish, she stands.
The armor is brought down off the wall and handed to you, Alira.
I take it. I take a look at its make, its measure.
It's magical,
Look
that
at
much
it.
you know for sure.
Certainly. I shall bring this to the House of Maria and return. The next you see me returned, I shall don it with great pride.
Blessed be the Spider Queen.
Blessed be.
And may she grant you the wisdom and cunning to defeat your enemies. You are dismissed.
I bow my head one last time and take 3 steps back, with it lowered, holding on to the bright queen armor. And find myself exiting, having it wrapped in the finest of silks. I hold it close. My hands tremble at the very thought. The bright queen herself.
She then speaks and asks for General Roderus to stay behind as they do have to discuss the terms under which the alliance would be founded, but you, the Lucky Sevens, are dismissed from her presence.
Vanya stands and gives her a bow in turn with the party as we go to leave.
Same as well. Proper bow, and then exit after Illyra.
All right. So, Lucky Sevens, what next?
I intend on honoring my promise to end up approaching the House of Mariel. Whatever's left of it. Its empty pens, its faltering dungeons, I wonder if it's even gotten more drab since I last left, since none seem to recognize the name of House Marielle. But so much have changed in only a handful of decades. I haven't even visited it since I came back the first time. As a scout, I visited the Queen and left without even saying goodbye. Though I suppose it was never expected that I would return. Far less having hold of the Bright Queen's armor.
I suppose now is a good time to ask. First of all, two things. First of all, would Alira like any of us to come with for any reason?
I would. If only for your own safety.
That's a good point.
Lest you be mistaken for the... She stops and chooses her words very carefully. Lest you be mistaken for the help.
That is a fair point.
Ah, okay. Very well, very well.
The general seemed somewhat uneased, and I imagine it's the same for you.
I suppose, to an extent, I'm not quite surprised to see that the Queen would be knowing of a dragon within her midst.
He is incredibly insightful, and in a court built upon its own deceit and indiscretions, it holds that you have to keep your wits about you. Though, if I am truthful, even I was led shocked for her to ascertain the general's true nature. It makes me wonder. But her wisdom got us this far, and I only hope my words did not fall upon deaf ears.
Well, if words don't necessarily pull through, action certainly will. This will make it difficult for anyone to really ignore us on that front. We'll probably have to speak to the scouts and really understand what they've seen. They might have more insight as per the geography of what's going out beyond the walls.
Sure.
But I'll let you lead us on that front.
Never been much of a leader, in truth. Between the Queen, Gallant, even the Lucky Sevens, I have always been in one manner or another a servant. Curious thing. And so I go towards the house Marielle, holding the armor, my compatriots at my side, shooting a glance at anyone who may be offering a rude glance back. After all, these are the guests of House Mariel. Disrespect would not be tolerated.
All right. You make your way back towards the entrances of the city, where the ranching and farming take place, and within the broader city walls, but are outside of the city proper. The house is modest, somewhat small. As Alira, I believe you would know that you're one of maybe only 3 daughters of the House of Bariel. What happened to your other 2 sisters? Well, that's yet to be determined. But your mother remains at the head of the house, last you saw. And when you start walking towards the house, you see that she is out in the fields, tending to a few of the spider rides that may, at this moment, be ready to be sold to the guard posts for actual riding. She seems to have a cloth in hand, kind of wiping down the carapace of this spider. Giant as it be, but the rest of you understand that this is very similar in appearance to the old spider form that Alira used to don from time to time. Very powerful, very big, capable of carrying 1 or 2 riders.
As many times as we've seen that form, Vanya's gained a new appreciation for it. And she finds the giant spider in front of her rather beautiful at this point.
And the woman who's tending it has her long hair kind of pulled up in a practical sort of bun. The bulk of which just kind of sitting on top of her head in sort of a mess. The clothing she's wearing is, again, very practical, very, very much a what you would expect of someone who expects their clothing to get very dirty every day. And you see that she's kind of an older woman, even for an elf. She's got some face wrinkles. She's a little, maybe not paler in skin, but she's definitely got a little bit of age, like she's like old stone sort of color to it, where she's getting up there. She's not quite elderly, but maybe not in her prime anymore either.
Pathetic, she says under her breath. I take a moment to regain my composure at this sight, rather than the glory of House Mariel and our matriarch. Instead, we walk upon an old crone carrying after steeds, like some stable mate. It really is pathetic and obscene. I always knew. I knew what harm came to House Marielle. But to see it in person, to see it before me, it wrenches my heart from my chest just observing it. It makes me feel a disgust inside. I walk up to the spider and lower my head before Lady Maria, if only to maintain the custom.
And when the woman finally looks over at you, she is almost in shock to see you. Alera?
Matron Mother.
My, that is... It has been a long time.
The years outside of the walls have not been kind. I raise my head after a moment to let her see me. These are my honored guests, the Lucky Sevens. Surface dwellers who are under my charge this moment. It was requested that I would come and see what remained of her house. She looks over the spider that a matron is tending towards, observes it as though she was to buy it from market. I place my hand upon the top of its head, forcing its body to lower itself a bit, as though testing its training. In truth, it's me trying to exude an air of dignity that seems to be sorely lacking in my home. I see that you've no more sons to tend the herd.
Yes.
Is this clutch? Go ahead.
Brothers of yours had gone to the wall and have not returned.
Very few of the children of Mariel ever do. This clutch seems smaller than the last I remember.
Yes. And that's the issues that we've been having with birth rates, as well as the young dying quickly. But you knew that. You knew that long before you came today.
True. But still, to see it with one's own eyes. I reach into my pocket or to one of my satchels and toss her a small bag wrapped in silk containing 10 gold pieces. A gesture upon my return. something to start again. And she tries not to showcase on how visibly upset she is at this point.
Well, if you are honored guests of my daughter, then you should be treated to dinner. And she goes over to stuff the sack of gold in some pocket and starts heading back towards the house, which is only a couple tens of meters away.
I stand there with my hand upon the spider. I look back at it. Yes, this clutch is certainly smaller. She closes her eyes as her back is turned to her matron. Her eyes clenched, trying to fight back tears of shame and wounded pride.
I would approach Alira being somewhat cautious of the spider, but just placing a hand upon her shoulder. I don't say anything. I'm not really sure what to say. But maybe I just give her a gentle nudge.
Being comforted by surface dwellers. How far have I fallen in as well? Small. The house whose name I carry. Still, one only gets smaller if they don't eat. She wipes her eyes for a moment before turning. Please, honored guests, Miss Maria, join us for feasting, such as it is.
We'd be honored to.
You head back towards the house. This kind of a small and maybe a 2-bedroom sort of place with a small hearth kitchen and a little table to sit each of you at, and as well as maybe a small couch to sit at as well. The matron of this house goes towards preparing what looks like a big sort of boiling pot. It smells very strange to all of you, except for maybe Alira. This is maybe a meal that you grew up on. Sort of a boiled concoction of just about anything.
I take a moment to enter one of the child's rooms. The matron no longer is capable of bearing children, and her daughters are all gone to the wall, beyond the wall, or perhaps even entered the church. I don't even know the fate of my youngest sibling. But I dress in something a bit more formal for the occasion. Removing my armor, my old armor, an armor that was made of my own imagination. And I look to the bright queen, its armor, its beautiful plate. And yet, even outside my armor, I feel heavy. Heavier, in fact. In a very modest dress. I return into the kitchen and begin to preparing the pot. Trying to find some way to elevate the dish to give some faint echo of a house that she remembered. Not this monument of shame that she currently has looming over her head. Takes on the role of the steward, doing the labor that a matron has been doing this whole time. Because House Marielle is hardly a house at all now. More just a pen for breeding spiders and hope to end up making a few gold shillings to end up paying for the feed required to end up raising the next clutch. A meager existence compared to what she and her She stops herself at that thought. How quickly she spirals into trying to remember a glorious past and take pride in the stories that were once told. Chopping into fungi to end up preparing it for a stew. Perhaps even trying to steal a few pieces of her own rations in order to thicken the broth. It's little more than water, with bits of scavenged meat. Kind of gruel you'd end up giving to your slaves so they didn't starve to death. It's enough to make me want to retch on the table at this exact moment. Yet, she tries to end up maintaining a sense of decorum. To end up holding her head with some degree of pride, even though it has been stripped away like some cheap garment.
I'd like you to make a deception check.
That would be 17 total.
Okay. You're fairly certain.
That's how that rolls.
You're fairly certain that your sort of disgust is hidden under your composure, at least to your mother at this moment. Your mother finally speaks up. It isn't much, but it should keep you from going hungry. So, Alira, how did you meet these surface dwellers?
The Queen had prescribed me to them when they ended up coming to meet her the first time. They had a misadventure that brought them below the surface, and thus they found our people. In an act of curiosity, our beloved Queen had requested that I end up becoming an envoy to the surface. Learn what I can. So I learned.
And that's
Scouting.
where you've been these last 25 years?
For the first 20, yes. The last 5 would be difficult to explain. Suffice it to say, we are hoping to end up finding a chance to... She stops as she's stumbling over her words, trying not to bring false hope or promise, drag in bad feelings. Suffice it to say, the negotiations with the surface dwellers is going well. They even went so far as to ask a great general to end up coming to grant or request audience with our queen.
Oh.
And so I serve as their vanguard and guide. And in fact, I have been graced with a house upon the surface of great craftsmen, musicians, and fine arts. The House of Stormcrow, to which this one, Vanya, belongs.
Oh.
The House of Stormcrow is a near legendary house upon the surface.
Oh my.
And as such, I have been grateful to end up finding them in good company. Her escort, Arya, has managed to end up keeping us appraised with a very whimsical methodology. Then, of course, there is our dear Krobe, a master martial artist without peer, a warrior of great renown and brutality, of which I am impressed. One would not expect such things of a male, but alas, such things above are true. Shocking, I know. The others will come in time. But we are... well, things are moving quickly upon the surface. Rather quickly, in fact. It seems that they do more within a fortnight than we do within a decade. Things move so fast, you could blink and suddenly wake up realizing you're in a city where once a tavern simply resided on the roadstead. Shocking, in fact. They even have ways to travel along beams of light across vast distances. I thought when I went up there I would expect to see charred ruins at most. Perhaps a sky that still burned, but no. They have ships that fly. They have steeds with naught but 4 legs.
The whimsy of it.
Yes.
If it wasn't for the fact that I'm seeing some strange individuals myself, I would think you mad.
In truth, I thought myself mad by the 3rd evening. The surface is blinding half the time and beautiful the other. Though it's like staring up at the cavern, but rather than just darkness, you see these pinpricks of light. They don't move or pulse like the luminescence that we find. No, these are singular points that serve almost as wayfarer guides. They use them for navigation in the dark. Not just in seeing in the light, but in truth knowing where you are and how far a village is simply by looking up at the sky. It's utterly fascinating. She stops. But of course, such details can wait. She tries to choke down a little bit of the hot water that she is being served as food, trying to end up showcasing some degree of decorum. Perhaps it's best if they tell you. This one speaks a very crude method of Elven. She switches to Elven. Pardon. Vanya, I was simply expressing to the matron, Marielle, of the House of Stormbringer, and its station as musicians and creators of instruments, as well as fine arts.
You're starting to make me wonder if I need to use a little spell I know, Lyra. She's saying it teasingly.
Yeah, she's not smiling at this point.
Yeah. Actually, do not have that spell anymore. Oops. Oh well. But let your mother know that it is a great honor to meet her after all this time.
In very broken, sort of elvish, she replies to you, Vanya. You're welcome.
There is no disguising the little bit of shock on Vanya's face. She wasn't expecting the broken Elvish.
Very broken, elvish. Like she was having having trouble finding the word "your." And welcome.
Yeah, understandable considering how long it's probably been. But Vanya's just sitting there taking it all in. Trying to remember what bits and pieces of Undercommon she had been able to pick up. Not much, but enough for a little bit of context as part of the conversation.
Yeah. And the matron seems to be just handedly eating the food that she's prepared and kind of gestures if you all want more, if you're still hungry, this that, like a proper host would. She's attempting to be very prim and proper as she can in this particular moment.
Just trying to match that same level of etiquette between what Illyra has shown and what she's showing.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't. It's probably a little bit awkward for her, at the very least.
It's a little bit awkward for the matron to also be taking in guests that she doesn't necessarily understand all that well, or that can't really understand her all that well. So it's really just about, like, she's trying, but she's failing very badly.
Yeah.
And eventually, Illyra, she pulls you aside for a moment. Truly, how have you been?
Nothing new. Alone. Standing out with death. Constant. All but assured. To maintain with the poise and grace that would be expected of a woman of House Madael. To go along and listen and learn and observe. To share our teachings. She closes her eyes. I have been in a house of strangers. Among surface dwellers who do not understand anything but the words of which I speak. I have been before the Queen and bestowed a great honor, and yet, at this exact moment, I would almost trade it all away to have not come home. I knew our house was struggling, but to see you handling your own livestock, it ate at my heart. See a matron having to handle livestock with her own two hands, when such things would be given to her sons or her servants of the house.
So you come
Now
here
we
to
are...
mock me?
No. No, Mother, I came here to mourn. Reflect. I am a proud daughter of House Maria.
And this is a proud house. You don't think that I regret every day what happened why our house fell. This was a time when you were still very young. I didn't want you to be shouldered with that burden. You were my daughter. And you give me coin for what? To purchase a servant?
I give it as tribute. Ode to the matron of House Maria, as is she due.
No. This is not tribute. She takes the bag of coins out of her pocket and gives it back to you and sets it in your hand. This is pity coin. You can see it in your face. You pity me. And I would sooner have you rid of my name than see you in such pity in your eyes. You are worthy of so much more. You have so much more in you from your bloodline than I'm able to give you right now. Your sisters all joined the church to be rid of my name. And your son and your brothers went to war because of my mistake. It is not yours to bear, Alira. I wear my shame with pride.
Such is the contradiction of House Maria.
And if you've been welcomed into another home, into another house, then I am joyous.
Never. House Maria started as one. One whose namesake we bear. One who built a house of nothing but ambition and a ruthless approach in finding opportunity. I feared having to ask you this. I feared having to ask this of you because I was unsure on how you'd respond. Because you were unable to end up arriving at the surface, and I was appropriately the matron of Marielle upon the surface. I had deemed to end up making a allegiance with the House of Stormcrow. One that would be consummated in marriage. Our house was founded by what we found up there.
Indeed. Your grandmothers. And their grandmothers before them.
The world has changed. It is after the reign of giants and dragons. But House Marielle's strength has always been in its ability to navigate the surface. I intend for it to be so again. My intent is to formulate alliances with the legendary House of Stormcrow. And as such, to end up developing the relations that our queen has ended up requesting. And when this war is over, and should I and my future mate survive it, I intend to end up rebuilding the foundations of our house upon the surface and bring its prosperity down below. Not out of a sense of pity or shame, but the fruits that were born of nobility and the right of conquest. There is a war brewing on the surface, and to the victor go the spoils. Justly earned. Because it pains me in a way that only I could endure. Not my sisters, nor my sniveling brothers could endure. They would shake their name away. Because they did not have the ambition of our foremothers. Well, I still have that. Even when put beyond the wall, I still carry the house of Marielle on my heart. And Lord, I will be damned before I let that go. I have walked in the land previously occupied by giants and dragons and myth. I have went to the surface where none of our kind have gone in 1,000 years. And I brought not only trinkets, but sisters in arms. Have our very queen orchestrate with a dragon. These are the things I have done by my design, by my strength, and by my right as a daughter of House Mariel. I never asked for pity either. Not once.
She reaches up a hand and just kind of caresses your cheek. Then when you return from the surface, take your place as matron.
I must prepare for bed. I will see to it that our guests are given appropriate bedding for the evening, and we'll see to the rest of it as it should be.
Then I wish you pleasant rest, my daughter. She puts some things away, gets some things cleaned, and then goes to her own room to go and sleep for the night. What constitutes as a night, I suppose, in the Underdark.
Okay. I sit probably outside, through porch built in what I can only presume is in a dilapidated home, quickly put up, probably was once considered our servants' quarters. I look at in the distance to all the cages. What once were holding cells. Now occupied by egg clutches, webbing, spiders, trying to make the most out of what remains of the riches of House Mariel. And I never thought this would bring such shame to me, having to see it firsthand. Just so many years.
Arya, Vanya, anything that you were wanting to do while Alira is kind of sitting out on the front porch of the house, and, well, a lot of conversation went on that you didn't understand?
Much like a flying LeChunkla, you may not understand the language, but you understand what's going on.
Some heated discussion did happen. You did hear a little bit of a raised voice in there somewhere. So, some very emotional discussion, potentially, but the words of which you don't understand.
At some point, Vanya would have ventured outside, walking around the property a little bit, getting a better look around now that we've got a little bit more time down here. that we didn't have last time.
Mm.
But given we don't have as much protection as, we'd hoped, maybe, she's just going to stick to the property.
Okay. Just kind of walking around.
Yep.
All of the adult spiders have been stabled for the day, as well as any small spiderlings that may have hatched.
She watches them from from where she can, not getting too close to the stables as to not, potentially frighten them or anger them. But she's just taking it in. The place, the culture that she'd only heard of. Now she gets to see.
Well, if no one else really wants to talk about anything or do anything, I think we're going to call that a night for our lovely characters. In which case it is a good time for us to take a quick break, and when we come back, a long rest will have been had, and our adventurers can go on a illithid hunt. So, be back soon, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Session 91. Where we had left off, the Lucky Sevens were spending the night at the house of Marielle, where the matron had prepared them a very modest dinner, as well as gave them beds to rest. But now it was time for them to get to the job that they had promised Her Majesty Belisarna that they would perform, to show that they were worthy, and that the Illithid threat would not be so dire that her people could not defend themselves with her going to the surface. And so, having divided up into two groups, the scouts of the drow have led you to the tunnels where they believe that the Illithid nests going further down would reach. These were the old highways that the drow would use to go between settlements before the joining of all of the settlements at the Mensa Baranzan city. Now abandoned to the Illithids and their machinations. So, down here you find some ancient, well-worn pathways that, along with some constructed bits where the drow and Illithid technologies combine, you start seeing the sort of aberrant flesh on the walls now. Leftovers of abandoned pods and foreign technologies and other weird things down here. You know that if you go deeper, you'll find more of them. A couple of these abandoned pods have long dead corpses in them of drow. So long dead that the flesh is sort of withered away on its own. Pods much like ones that you and Kaz found yourselves in before. So.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I start by investigating the area, looking for tadpoles, looking for walking brains, looking for anything that showcases that we may not be alone in this chamber.
Okay. You can make an investigation check.
Investigation check. Let's see. 15 minus 1, 14.
Okay. There's definitely evidence that this was used by the Illithids, maybe even recently, as you do see that there's evidence of recent footsteps. But as far as the technology goes, none of it really has any indication that any of it was used before. Maybe they were just passing through, maybe just kind of meandering through here to see if there's maybe any scraps left, but They're not here currently.
Pods have long since been abandoned, along with... Because this has been a back-and-forth situation between the Illithids and Drow, correct?
It's kind of a back and forth point for the like what you would find to be the case would be you are finding that this is like a little outpost on the outskirts of their territory.
Okay.
So coming to investigate, but these pods that used to store things are no longer being used to do that. The usage of any of the technology in here has been expired since long before now. Judging by the age of the corpses, you suspect at least 10 years out of use.
Damn. Alright. Well, good news is that the chamber's not active. Guess we go hunting. I look to the other two.
Is there any signs at all as to where they went? I could try and track them down if I can.
Yeah, so if you want to make a tracking roll of your own.
Yay for
Favorite enemy.
aberration hunting.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Sheet. That would be what, survival?
Yeah, go ahead and make it a survival.
Yeah, good. 21.
21. They seem to go back and forth and exit out of a specific exit, and so you lead your party towards that exit and down the tunnel that comes from, which leads you to more of these abandoned pods, kind of scattered, kind of dilapidated, kind of cannibalized for the technology that's here, maybe to set up somewhere else. And that's what you're finding at the previous place where you were, and at this one, where anything that's salvageable is starting to get ripped out. And
Almost like they're scrambling.
like they're consolidating forces, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of the idea that you're getting, Vanya, and Alira. You would kind of know this to be their behavior as well. That when either numbers start to get small, or they're looking to rebuild in some fashion, they start cannibalizing their old technologies for anything useful. They are intelligent creatures. So, very capable of planning like most humanoids. Which may come from the fact that they maybe used to be humanoids. And so, digging a little further, traveling a little deeper, you come across an instance where you find one of these sort of walking little brain creatures.
God dang it.
It doesn't seem to have detected you yet.
Is it just one, or is there anything else around it?
Nope, just the one. Seems to be munching on something else.
Well, we said we'd start getting rid of them. So, Vanya is going to send an arrow or two its way.
Uh,
21 to hit.
That'll hit. Roll me some damage.
14.
It's hit, but it makes a bit of a screeching noise and starts to run away.
Gonna fire another one at it.
Okay.
I will add to it with a oh gosh, what should I do? Sacred Flame will do.
Sacred Flame. All right.
Okay.
It has to roll a what kind of saving throw?
Dexterity.
Dexterity. Ooh, yikes! That's a natural 20.
Jesus Christ.
Puppy.
Fine, whatever. I'm garbage.
Oh.
No.
That's okay. Nat 20 meets Nat 20.
Okay. Yep.
Thank God.
Did Alira want to make an attack toward it, or?
Yeah, I think I will.
Okay.
This is a full attack action, to be clear.
This is narrative. I'm just gonna.
18 points for that one.
Okay.
Then yes, I will pierce it with my rapier.
Okay. And roll for an attack. Alira.
That will be 4 damage. Oops.
Oh, you rolled for attack already?
Yeah. And I'm 99% sure a 19 I'll make it 23 makes it
that
27.
hits. Yeah.
Yeah, 27 I'm pretty sure hits.
That hits.
But then I rolled a 1 on the damage die.
Oh, well. But yeah, as soon as the second arrow hits it, it just kind of like squeaks and keels over in its own juices.
Hilarious.
Squelch.
But the running away behavior is a little bit odd to you, Alira, because they normally will be able to pick up on sentient beings, because that's what these things and illithids prey upon. Maybe it's out here alone. Maybe it's a scout. Maybe it was just feasting, got separated from its little pack.
Would there be any role I can make to make an educated guess as to why it might be doing so?
If you have an idea.
You're saying that
This is strange behavior.
Yeah, that I definitely notice.
No, you don't need up there.
Alright. Well, then we will end up continuing on the trail then. Though I am curious about the behavior. Follow it if I follow the trail that Vanya has set forth.
Yep.
Hoping to end up running into, well, whatever it might bring.
You start to see more of the footsteps of these kinds of creatures going further and further down. And you come across, after about 30 minutes of traveling a little bit more, you come across a small group of them. Also seeming to kind of bite at some of the metal and some of the stone that's around. Trying to maybe pick up pieces, maybe trying to rip things apart. With an illithid master, it looks like, standing nearby, who is also carefully, painstakingly pulling something apart with what looks like tools of some kind. Very strange looking tools, but tools nonetheless. But as soon as you start to approach even anywhere close to where you can see them, you notice that the little walking brain things, intellect devourers as you would know them, Alira, have begun to sense your presence. Not like they have a nose for smell, but they seem to sense your presence and start to, well, I would say look around, but they don't have eyes either. Trying to look for you.
Alright. Well, can't have these things wandering around.
And
Take a
you
look at
see
the other
there's
two.
roughly 3 of them around. With one illithid.
Perfect.
Alright. You ready to cover?
You know it.
Vanya?
Ready as the ball will ever be. Damn it, Cat, why?
Because it hates you.
He does.
Alright. Then I will be ready to charge in after the fireball that Ari is casting, because I detected a distinct lack of asking for the dimensions of the room.
Well, let me put some items on the board so that we can have an idea
Yes, please.
of who's where and what.
Yeah.
Because as Arya is famed at saying, I didn't ask how big the room was. I said...
That's. I've only casted Fireball twice. After checking the size of the room. I'm careful. Usually.
Mostly.
Usually.
Occasionally.
Mostly.
Once in a blue room.
I'm gonna use zombies to represent our intellect devourers, because I can't seem to find the ones I have, because I am a lunatic and have put some things away.
Do you have like a battle map board or something for that, like that on Roll20 for us?
Nope, not on Roll20, on my
Oh.
camera.
Okay, that's right, your camera. There it is. Sweet.
So, let me get some things going. So we've got... Those are all bad guys. So I have my friends who are right here. And then we have our intellect devourers, who are represented by zombies today. Kind of spread out over here. And then I'm going to use this guy to represent our illithid. He's right here.
Good shit. Yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at that.
Mm-hmm. Does it need more light, or you have sufficient light, you think?
I think we're Gucci.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Because you 4 are right here. And then all your baddies are right here.
Important question.
Yes.
How secure does the ceiling look?
Made of stone, held up by metal pillars of some description that are kind of old. Also stone. So it really is kind of like an earthquake may bring the ceiling down. But
But this isn't an earthquake.
Yeah.
Great! Alright, and they're all very conveniently placed, so I'm gonna go with, Surprise Fireball. We're gonna do that.
Fireball. Because that's a 20-foot
Oh my
circle.
God.
Yep.
Yep. Casting it at. We'll just do 3rd level for now. Give everyone else something to do.
Because of course he would. Because he gets advantage.
And-
Stupid. Okay, so they're all gonna save. So they take half damage.
They all rolled above 19.
For dexterity. Oh,
Yeah.
one of them didn't. One of them rolled a 15 plus 2. The rest got
That's what I
18s
thought.
and natural 20.
Can I do something?
So the one takes full damage, the rest take half.
Coffee.
Hmm.
Can I use cutting words to make another one potentially fail?
Does cutting words affect saving throws? I know it does attack rolls.
Never mind. It doesn't.
Okay.
Actually,
I
I know
misread.
what will work.
What's that?
We're gonna go ahead and use Heightened Spell for that fireball.
Heightened spell. Okay.
Yes, when you cast a spell that forces a creature to make a saving throw to resist its effects, you can spend 3 sorcery points to give one target of the spell disadvantage on its first saving throw made against the spell.
Okay.
I want Big Guy to re-roll that.
He's the one who rolled the natural 20. And he gets advantage otherwise, and that's his first roll.
Oh.
I hate him.
Yeah. Sorry. I'll allow you not to spend
All right.
sorcery points if you don't want to.
We'll put it on someone else.
Okay. Put it on the other guy. One of the other intellect devourers.
Regardless, they're going to take half damage, so...
Yeah, 14 plus 2 is 16 instead.
Okay.
So 16 doesn't save. So two intellect devourers take full damage. One takes half. The elephant takes half.
Alright, let me go ahead. 86. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's gonna be 29 damage.
Okay.
That 29 fire damage, and 29 halved is... I think it's gonna have to round down to 28. 28 is 16, I think.
So that means 2 intellect devourers are kaput.
Wait, is it? 28
28
divided by 2 is 14, my bad.
Yep, 14. The third intellect devourer's pretty hurt. And get down. Hey, get down.
Great. Is anything in the area flammable, such as electronics that are still igniting, anything that is oozing oil?
No oil.
Great.
No, get down.
Everything's dead in here, other than the guys I want dead.
Yep. All of it's pretty dry. Let me do some math. 'Cause I suck at math. And then...
That's decent. It takes out 2 targets.
It does.
Yeah.
2 of the little brain dudes are dead.
Great, because they latch onto
on
any
fire,
of us.
yeah.
We're
They-
still bluronied.
Yeah,
Fried
they
brain.
go up in flame and turn to ash, basically. As soon as you let loose that fireball. They're all... The other 2 are now aware of the fact that you're there. So... but one, that little intellect devourer that's left is looking pretty hurt and might actually want to save his own life. So...
Yeah.
Yes. Let me do a thing. So, brings us to either Vanya or Alira. Which one of y'all want to go next? Derek?
By all means, Alira.
Sorry.
Go next.
Sorry, you look like you were snoozing there for a second.
I actually kind of I did. I was focused that I was reading, and then I no.
It's okay. We'll have you go next.
I'm going to charge towards the elephant.
Okay. Are you spending just 30 feet of your movement, or are you dashing?
Just 30 feet for now. And
You are not yet close enough to him.
no, but I can stop him from stop everything from charging at the other two. And I am going to cast. Where is it? Sorry, I had something set for this. I know that. You know what? Let's keep it simple. I am going to cast Protection from Evil and Good.
Okay.
On myself.
Okay. So they have disadvantage on attacking you because they're aberrations.
Yeah. All right. Creatures. Let's see here. I have disadvantage. The target also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them, which should remove an aspect of the illithid, depending on what variant we're using. So that's going to be my turn for now.
Okay. Vanya.
Who to hit?
Yep, you're right here with your good pal, Doggo.
This is where this may get a little bit stupid coming from me. Going to fire an arrow at the illithid.
Okay.
Using Ensnaring Strike.
Ooh, Ensnaring Strike.
So he's going to need to make a Strength 16 save if this hits.
Versus magic, so he has advantage.
25 to hit.
Oh, well, that's 20. 25 will hit for the actual arrow.
Yep.
But the save. On a strength save is going to be an 18.
Yeah, that'll pass, but he's still taking 13 points of damage from the arrow. And then, as that hits, Zephyr is going to use his reaction to cause a little bit of extra. That's going to be 1d6 cold damage to that attack.
Ooh.
And that adds another 4.
Okay. Okie dokie dokie. Well, that does it for y'all's first round, so comes back to my little dudes. Illithid's not happy. He's just had a whole chunk of stuff just ripped out of him on a fireball, on some cold damage, on an arrow. He's not pleased about this. Kind of just shouts out in like deep speech. And in doing so, he's kind of gonna move up here a little bit, and in a 60-foot cone is going to try and inflict some psychic damage. Gonna Mind Blast. Each creature in that area must succeed an intelligence saving throw. So, intelligence saving throw, please, each of y'all.
And I get advantage on that. Thank you, favored enemy.
Thank you, favored enemy.
I'm gonna use luck.
Your first roll didn't do it.
I'm not counting on an 11 with a -1.
19 for Vanya.
Okay, pass.
16.
Pass.
And 19 for Zephyr.
Got a flat 17.
Pass.
I'm grateful.
As am I.
I get so scared.
Right. I'm sorry,
She
Zephyr's
only-
would have been an 18.
So
She
yeah, I
only
think,
has enough to read, nothing else.
to be fair, that's kind of a save or suck for him. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So because it doesn't say take half on a save, so you're not affected at the moment. Okay, and that's his one action for the turn. Little brain guy is actually going to run up on, even though he's like hurting for damage, he is going to run up on Alira. He's going to attempt to make an attack.
Okay.
I doubt he's going to do so with a 7, though.
No.
No,
Especially if he's rolling at disadvantage.
Is it indeed rolling a disadvantage? Because that would otherwise be a 2.
And I will use my reaction. So that's going to be 4 fire damage.
Is it reaction on a hit or a reaction on an attack? I don't remember.
Reaction on an attack. Oh, no, when struck by a melee
When
attack.
struck.
Okay.
That's actually better for me, believe it or not.
Yep.
Lets me keep another
Let you keep it
option
until you
open.
get hit. Yep. Okay. Well, so it can make one strike with its claws and uses Devour Intellect. So it can try and eat your brain, but that's a intelligence saving throw, please.
Oh, no.
Not a very high one.
16?
Pass.
That's...
Okay.
Best rolls you've had all like so far. It's so great.
Well, I've also
So
been
good.
spamming luck.
Okay, yep, that's a save or suck. So
Yay.
that brings us back to y'all's turn. Aria, do you want to go first?
Yes, I do.
You can see
Mr.
intellect for your intellect devourer friend and your illithid friend, right there.
How I feel about Mr. Squid.
How do you feel about Mr. Squid?
I feel like I'm personally offended that he had that advantage in that 20.
Mm.
So I'm gonna give him something he's not allowed to dodge. Time to spam magic missile. Pew pew pew.
Pew pew pew, magic missile.
Pew 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 pew, magic missile. We're gonna give that at a level 4. So that is
A lot of darts. It's like 7 darts?
yeah.
No, 6. Because it's 3 at first, 4 at
That's-
second. Yeah.
Yeah, 3. Yep. 6. Perfect. Pew pew pew. All right. And that's 1d4 plus 1 force damage. So I got our.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm using the Google Dice Roller right now.
Yeah.
'Cause I really don't-
64 plus 6, since you're targeting just one creature.
Woohoo! Oh my god. Google. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 16 plus another 6 is gonna make that. I'm bad at math.
22.
22. Thank you. Just machine gunning this guy from the back.
Yeah, machine gunning him is kind of an apt description because he goes from looking okay to looking real hurt.
Coincidentally, this is how I handle all monsters, as I've learned.
Yes.
Fair.
Indeed. Magic missile is brutal like that. Okay. Alira, Vanya, which one do y'all want to go?
Ilera, go ahead.
All right. I am going to...
Do an attack roll.
Okay.
On
the
the
intellect devour
well,
or the mind flayer?
intellect devour. Actually, I'm going to first move up to 5 feet to be within range of both.
Yep, you're in range of
And I'm
both.
going to attack. Okay. So first attack is on the intellect devour.
Okay.
Does a 22 hit?
Yes.
Okay.
Roll for damage.
I am going to use. I'm going to convert this one into a smite. And that's going to be a level 3 smite.
Ooh, do you really want to spend that much? Because it's pretty hurt. It's not. It's looking pretty hurt. Looking pretty hurt. So, if you want to save the spell slot, you know that this looks like it's hurting.
All right, we'll make it a level 1 smite then.
Okay.
At that point, just to. All right. So that's 8 plus. Don't actually smite all that frequently. So, and creature with addition damage.
Yep. So you get your base damage for your weapon, and then
This doesn't count as a fiend, so now we get another 2d8. So that's 15 and 22 plus.
Isn't it 1d8 per smite or?
At
level
smite 1? At level 1 is 2d8.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So
So,
you get your weapon plus
22
2d8.
plus 4. That's 22 plus 4. 26.
26. It's blown apart in. How would you describe Lolth's smite through you?
That was a good question. How would Lolth smite something? I imagine it would be one of those cases where she pierces it with her rapier, and suddenly it's like everything around the rapier, almost boring a clean hole through it. Suddenly it dematerializes, and throughout its skin it starts to end up showcasing like its skin is physically crawling with millions of tiny bumps underneath it, all arching out trying to get away from the wound as they start to burst out, making small tears in the flesh as spiders start to end up crawling out of it, starting to fall out of it, and just like the entire thing has been utterly infested.
Ooh. Like an infestation of spiders under the skin, just bursting out of it through this one attack that you do. And each one of those little tiny spiders just kind of bursts under the skin in a little bit of a sort of like bioluminescent light as you smite it, because they disappear nearly almost instantly on impact.
Yeah.
But that causes enough damage for this thing to just keel over in its own sort of fleshy goopiness, because it's dead. So.
Okay, and that's my first attack.
Yep, you get a second one because you passed.
All right. Second one. I'm walking away now. I'm walking away.
Oh, well, why? Is that a natural 20?
I'm not getting better rolls than this. This never happened before. Okay, this one I am going to use the level 3 smite because that is a natural 20.
Ooh, yeah.
So now it's 2d8, so 3d8, 48. That's 48, so 5d8 total.
How do you want to do this?
I didn't even roll for damage.
It doesn't matter. It's gonna it's going to explode this thing.
I am going the same route. I want this thing like the rapier goes into its chest, and again, it's like a sudden. I don't know if you remember Mass Effect, where the Mass Effect drive suddenly activates. It's just this black hole.
Yeah.
Like if a hole is just that right through the chest where the rapier, the tip would have went through, and it lunges its head back as between all the four tentacles of its mouth, spiders just start crawling out from it, from under the eyelids, out through the mouth, out through the wound, trying out from under its robes, and it just kind of starts to sputter as it tries to scream out, but no air comes out. Instead, it's just this lorf of spiders, just this ball that suddenly goes up like fluid and lands like crawling solids over it. Before she ends up pulling her rapier out, and it just falls to its knees and just be millions of these little bastards skittering about.
Each one kind of exploding within this illithid's body. Bursting skin, bursting blood vessels, bursting its eyeballs, bursting everything in sort of a kind of bioluminescent cloud as it just kind of keels over. And its maybe last hushed word to you is the deep speech equivalent of fuck. And what you see everyone else is in that moment is when the armor that Alira's donned from the Bright Queen, the inlay of it starts to glow in the pinks and purples of the drow. The sort of inlaid gems also start to glow a little bit too, with that sort of very dim, very very underdark sort of glow, turning the sort of dark metals of the armor, kind of a beautiful array of just like clouds of blues and pinks and yellows and purples, just kind of pulsating a little bit before fading to just a really dull glow. The colors of the inlay are bursting with the smites and bursting with the colors of the sort of spectral spiders that she's created and burst on impact, which is kind of cool to look at.
Wow.
That was something else.
I've hunted my people for quite some time. It feels good for once to end up there reversing the roles. Thank you, you two.
Let's make them regret hunting your people down.
I would like to use Divine Sense.
Okay.
If there's any others within 60 feet. Celestial Fiend or Undead.
Yeah, typically Celestial Fiend or Undead.
No, that doesn't work for this because they don't. It actually works better on the surface than it does here. These are abominations. That is a different thing altogether.
Yeah.
I take the appropriate trophies to demonstrate what we've committed.
Okay.
And I think we will end up continuing to do our clear out as was ordered from us and as we are showcasing to be clear, or to clear out this section. Hopefully there isn't many as they've been withdrawing. Still, feels good to end up having a moment, shall we say. Okay.
So you- Go
I
ahead.
do have a question for Illyra. Because I don't think we've ever touched on it, but I definitely heard the Queen say, the Bright Queen. Who is that? Who was she? She donned this kind of armor.
Depends. If you were to ask my queen, she would end up saying that she was the cornerstone that ended up making our civilization. If you were to ask a cleric, you might end up hearing her as some demigod, birthed from Loth's own imagination, given flesh and meant to live out a dream that we call our world. She was the first. Unstoppable and beautiful. Terrible. Some say she came back when we needed to end up going beneath the ground to avoid the fires of dragon and giant. She was with us long before that. A myth, a legend, and if you listen carefully, some would say she's still with us. This armor is not only a sacred relic, but proof of her existence. Proof of new beginnings. It is an important piece. To wear it is a great honor and a point of reflection. It was said that she could, at one point, harness the very sun. That thing that curses my eyes. She could reach out and pluck it from the sky on a whim. I had no idea what they were talking about when they said could strip the sun from the sky. Lack of context. Now that I know. If that was true, I wonder what kind of matriarch she was. Far before my time. Surely
She
you have your own...
almost-
Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say, legends of her almost make her sound like a demigod of sorts.
Stories are past. I'm sure that you've heard the same of your own gods and legends.
In a sense.
You build such churches and cathedrals in their name, which makes the Empire so strange to hear that such things are removed, as though denying the existence of the wind. Curious thing.
Yeah, I don't pretend to understand it myself. But... And she's kind of glancing over at Arya. And finding my reasons to start believing.
I don't think I thanked you for last night. I understand your want to comfort, as many I've experienced upon the surface do. But that is not how it is done below here. And I'm grateful for the time I've spent with you. So I knew it was true compassion rather than grievous insult. She places her hand on Arya's shoulder in much the same way she did for her last night. But the hunt continues. We must showcase ourselves worthy of the task that is to come. Onward, then.
From one horde to the next.
All right. You continue to follow trails. It starts to get a little bit more difficult to follow an individual trail, so I'm going to ask for our lovely tracker to make another survival roll.
Yes, sir. That's a 16 plus a lot.
16 plus a lot?
24.
Okay.
My modifier is plus 8 for the...
Yeah.
Given I'm rolling at advantage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Continuing on. How long does your protection spell last, Lyra? You're muted, by the way.
Okay. Protection lasts for up to 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. So it is going to be a little bit longer than that you'll run into the next thing, because it's a bit of travel time. So, in doing so, Vanya does pick up the trail on where they're coming from once again, and you continue to follow those footsteps towards another site where you suspect that they're gathering or something to that effect. You come across a site that is a little bit more full form and function. It's another one of these sort of pod storage places, but all of them are empty. And going a little deeper in, you find another sort of spot where there's three this time of the legged brain creatures, the intellect devourers, that have started to sense your presence as you gain a little closer, because they can sense you from a great distance. You know that for certain. And so you're certain that they're aware that you're arriving. And when you finally actually see them, you see that there is yet another illithid. 3 of these intellect devourers and 2 drow warriors. They're armor is horribly dented. Their look is very disheveled, like they've not taken care of themselves in quite some time.
Oh. Oh dear, this is just like before, isn't it? Those aren't really drow, are they?
Merely puppets. Their minds long since gone.
And let's put their bodies to rest as well.
You see that a couple of the intellect devourers have started to kind of crawl in your direction a little bit.
All right. Then I know what I must do. First things first. I'm gonna spend the points and cast haste on the other two.
Ooh. Spending some sorcery points to twin haste.
Yeah. Yep. Hasting both Alira and Vanya, and
Okay.
then that's realistically all I got for this one moment.
Okay.
Have fun, you two. I'm staying back. I'm gonna be concentrating.
Concentrating.
Concentration.
All right.
Do-do-do.
Well, with that being said, I think we're going to roll some initiative this time.
Woohoo.
Ye-
So roll for my one dude, who is, because it's the one mind flayer. Okay, so he gets a 13. Let's see, we got 3 intellect devourers. I'm gonna put them all on the same turn, which is before that. And then our 2 drow,
Okay. Well, I'm probably last.
which is after that.
That's good shit.
All right, so Alira, your initiative.
All right. That's a 22.
22. Nice.
Damn.
The
Beat me
wrath-
out.
The Wrath of Loth is smiling on this one.
Right.
Vanya.
19.
And Arya.
10.
Picking up.
At least it's not like 2 or 3 this time. That's the only thing I suck as initiative. It's always down in the single digits. I'm like, why?
Which also makes sense in this instance because you have cast haste, so we're going to start at the top of the round with Alira going first.
Fair.
So Alira, what you doing?
So we got 2 up in the hill. We got 2 down below. I think I see one on a yellow base that is a little bit to the
Yes.
north there.
We've got our Mind Flayer here. We've got 1 drow here. We've got 1 drow here. We've got 1 Intellect Devourer here, 1 here, and
Okay.
1 here. So they're all kind of grouped in 2s.
Okay.
I am going to rush to the Mind Flare at that point.
Yep, you have plenty of speed with haste.
Nyum.
Alright. Let's make a roll and do 2 attacks.
You can do your 2 attacks. Is that a natural 20 on that?
That's a second one. What the hell is going on here?
Hey, let's go. Somebody has to get it. Mojo's not gonna.
Yeah, well,
No, you know what happened? Your luck went to lethality.
Don't let him bring it back. Don't let him bring it back.
Yeah,
okay, yeah, I gotta take advantage of this and do another level 3 because that's
get it,
so
girl.
hold on. So that's gonna be that's gonna bring it up to 4, 5. That makes it 10d8. 10d8 plus 4.
Level 4 smite in that, or is it a level 3? Or level 2?
That is level 3.
Level 3. Okay, so you get your weapon plus your smite. All the dice doubled because crit.
That is going to be... I think that's 58 points of damage.
Holy shit balls. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's get it.
A little bit north of half.
As you strike, you strike true. As if your hand is being guided by the mother of spiders herself. For the sin of devouring the spider mother's people. Her wrath is just flowing through you at this creature. These monstrosities, these things brought upon this world by arrogance. Why should the people of the Drow suffer the sins and the consequences of those sins? The sins of dragons. And you strike, and instantly those crawling skin spiders infest this thing and just cause it to shout out in agony as its skin, its mouth, its everything just kind of bursts in that holy light. As dim as it might be, it is piercing. This guy's pretty hurt. You want to go for second attack?
I think I want to go for second attack.
Let's go.
Does a 19... Nope. What is it? Does a 24 hit?
Yes, it does.
Alright.
Oh.
That is going to be an additional 11 points of damage.
As a reaction, Zephyr's adding in his infusion to that.
Okay.
So it'll be a d6 of cold damage.
Okay, never mind then. That is going to be a 17.
17, okay. This Mind Flayer, with the fullness of your wrath and with Zephyr's assistance, having turned your blade ice cold, this thing is just eviscerated. You have killed it in one turn.
I'm not counting on that happening again.
You have a third hasted attack.
Oh dear God, I do, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Do I have enough to move to that mind flare as
You
a
mean,
5-foot movement?
oh yeah, for
Or-
the intellect devour? Yes, you do.
Yeah, might as well.
Or the intellect devour.
Yeah, you have plenty of movement to move after that too, because you're hasted.
I'm 90% sure. This was 8. That's a 13. I don't think that hits.
That will hit actually on this thing.
Oh, I will take it.
Yep. They're kind of
That is
squishy.
10. That is 10 points of damage.
It looks pretty hurt after that one.
We'll take it.
Okay. Do you have a bonus action you'd like to do?
I have a bonus action I can do. Sorry, still learning Paladin.
Yep.
I don't think I have a spell or anything that would count as a bonus action I can do. So no, I nothing's coming to mind, unfortunately.
No worries. Vanya, you get a turn.
Sure about that. Alright, the two directly in front of us.
Yep, them right there.
Going to get a Hail of Thorns arrow at level 1.
Okay. They're about 10 feet apart.
Ah, damn.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind on that then. Yeah, the guy in front is going to take an arrow.
The guy in the front. Okay. We'll call him number 2.
21 to hit.
21 to hit will hit an intellect power, yes.
8 points of damage.
Okay. Looking
He is
pretty
going
hurt.
to get. He is going to get the second arrow.
Number 2. 2.
25 to hit.
Hits.
Nine points of damage. And then might as well hit him with number 3.
Oh, you get third attack already?
Haste.
Oh, yeah, you're hasted. Hasted attack. Hasted attack.
That is another 25.
That'll
Shit.
hit, so long as you get above a 4. Is your modifier above a 4?
My modifier's a 6.
Okay, yeah.
And that is
you kill it.
another 9 points of damage.
Yeah, you kill that one. Outright.
Yay. And as a bonus action, I'm giving Alira Bardic Inspiration.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Alira gets some inspiration.
Enjoy that D8.
What does an
well.
inspiration from Vanya look like? We haven't actually asked you in a while.
For this purpose, she is going to look over at Alira and in deep speech go make them pay.
Which you would also notice that the rest of the room also understands you, aside from maybe Arya.
That was also the point.
Well, that's Alira and Vanya's turn. The two intellect hours I have left are going to act on their turn now. Mind Flayer doesn't even get a turn. Alira, it doesn't like the fact that you that you're near beating it to death. So it's going to try and use its claws and eat your brain.
Oh god, no. Not my brain.
Yeah, it's going to try.
I need that, right?
Yeah, you need that. It's going to do a claw attack first.
Okay.
Ooh, yikes. Okay, so that's a 19 plus 4 is 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, so let's...
I still got a reaction, though, so...
You do have a reaction. Let me get your damage roll first. Really quick. Not
That's a 5.
super
5
low.
fire.
Okay, so... What does that look like when you do that?
So remember on how I said that the Bright Queen was in the myths able to grasp hold of the sun and blot it out with just by grabbing it out of the sky? I think I want to give some credence to that myth as it claws at her, almost the opening it should make against our armor is nothing but light.
Ooh, yes.
Briefly blinding light that combusts everything within its initial vicinity into flames.
Ooh, yeah. Well, you're gonna...
Like as if the sun itself has been sealed within this armor to hide it from the drow eyes.
I love that. So, as part of that, as it clawed at you, so you did take 4 damage as a result, 4 slashing damage.
Damn. Okay.
It is also looking pretty hurt, so it wants to eat your brain real bad. So make me an intelligence saving throw.
Please no. That's an 8.
Okay.
I'm spending my last luck. Or no, I got
Don't
Bardic
forget-
Inspiration, right?
Yeah, you
You
also
do.
have Bardic Inspiration.
Yep. Use
Which
it.
is
Well.
D8, right?
A D8.
Okay, that is 16.
Pass.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I need the brain. Please don't eat the single brain cell I have. It's on loan.
Okay. Well, it can't eat your brain. Let's see. This one over here is going to start making its way towards the others, but it can't really go very far. Let's see. What is its speed? 40. Well, it can get to like right there. Yeah. So that's the turn of all of the intellect devourers. Next up is the Drow warriors. One such warrior would like to run up to Alira and is going to swipe at her with 2 Drow short swords. Attacks.
All right.
It has a shield in it on one arm, and it has a short sword in the other. So,
Okay.
both of which are Drow in appearance.
Given the fact that it is effectively serving as an intellect devourer's exosuit,
Yep.
let's go.
Does a 17 hit? I doubt it, because of that new armor
Nope.
I gave you.
21 is the goal.
21 is the target.
21
Okay.
armor class.
So second attack. Oh, that's even less. So it fails to hit you. Oh my. This one is going to follow its intellect devourer friend, but can't run that far. Yeah, because it has a 30 for movement. So, Arya, what do you do in response, my friend?
All right, let's see.
So everyone is getting just like covered in goop and shit. Let me look at the battlefield once again. We got. Are any of these like right up next to us, or they're running to us?
These two are running towards you and Vanya, and then there are a Drow and a Intellect Devourer also harrying Alira.
Okay. All right. I think what I am going to go ahead and do is I'm going to give us a little bit more evening of the odds here, and I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon at good old 4th level. Bloop. And then next, because that's a bonus action, and oh yeah, I'm gonna spawn it. I can spawn it within 30 feet of me, by the way.
You're spawning your dragon?
No, spiritual weapon.
We may have lost stream.
We may have lost stream.
Yeah.
Oh, we did lose stream. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still recording.
That's okay.
So let me stop the recording, and then we can combine them again once I can bring OBS back up. Alright, we're back, everybody. Sorry about that. Internet fuddy-duddiness. We were on Arya's turn?
Nope, we were on me.
On you. Okay, yeah, Vanya's turn.
Yeah, on me.
Okay.
Alright. First action. Summoning my wolf back.
Okay.
And he is coming in with fire essence.
Ooh.
This
you
time.
Can resummon him as an action for the turn?
Yep, it is one action to summon.
You plunking him down right there?
Yep.
And what does he look like when he's fire essence?
General look doesn't change, except when he is summoned in. He appears in a little bit of a black smoke, with a reddish tinge to him.
Fantastic. That is your action. What is your hasted action?
How hurt does this guy look?
Hurt-ish.
Okay, he's getting an arrow.
Alright. Badonk. Get him.
15... 21.
Hits.
Hit.
Yep.
$12 points of damage.
Okay, good shot. Alright.
And as bonus action, Zephyr's biting.
Get him. Angie.
Angie puppy. That is 26 to hit.
Hits.
Yeah, I have to look this up again because he does have a little bit of extra on this. 11 points piercing.
Okay.
6 points fire.
That'll do it. How does this go down?
Well, the one that actually took him down, is that the one that's still standing, or did that get killed?
Yes, that is that one.
Yeah, Zephyr recognizes this guy. He's not happy. He is going straight for the throat. He'll back up and use his wings to give him one hell of a jump. Paw into the chest, pinning him to the ground, and ripping into his throat. Damn near beheading the guy.
With some flames to accompany his teeth. And that does it for that drow. So, completing the encounter here. There is no more immediate threat. Would you know that there are more deeper down? That a nest is soon to come. Anything you wish to say or do before we conclude tonight's session?
Vanya's rushing straight to Zephyr and just hugging him. She's understanding this a little more, still, without the answers, like I said, but she knows she won't permanently lose him anymore. Different form of the Ranger magic.
He just kind of holds you, as a dog can, anyway.
Well, he's got wings, so...
I'm gonna come up and just scratch Zephyr's head. Good boy. I'm looking at the figures. All of the different bodies on the ground. I have a bit of a grimace. Just because I'm realizing, like, we have our work cut out for us.
You do indeed.
And also, just how many of these things are going to be wearing the skin of, well, of Illyris people.
How many indeed? It's a very good question. For as long as the Illithids have been wreaking havoc on the Drow people, it stands to reason that they have plenty of prisoners, plenty of food sources, and plenty of slaves in their possession. Which I think is a good place for us to call the session for tonight and continue down this rabbit hole again next time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Coffee.
Thank y'all for
Thank
playing.
you.
Yes, thank
So
you.
much. That was fun. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I like giving you guys fun stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Derek with all the luck tonight.
God damn.
Yeah, that's not
Rolls were
happening again. anytime
Clutch.
First roll I end up doing, that's a 1. Right, I got luck. Better get rid of it. Well, shit. There's 19.
You wanted luck?
Really,
Luck answered.
Clearly, every character I play from this point on needs luck.
We do like the lucky feet.
Oh, for me, it's damn near mandatory.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. Well, thank you guys very much for playing. You guys are awesome.
God.
No, I was just saying you're awesome. And we'll continue with this on some more next time. And depending on who of the gentleman characters will be with us next time, they'll join forces with you. As we conclude this little delve into the Illithid nest.
Question to the GM: Are we gonna see the boys have their own little encounter?
That would depend on who shows up and if we want to do a separate little side adventure for that, because I don't know who's gonna be here. So we might
Hoping just because it'd be fun.
depending on who's gonna be here next week, we might skip it.
Oh no. Okay. That's fair.
I would like for Lethality and Mojo to be here, but given the patterns that have happened recently, I'm not really expecting it.
That checks out. Okay.
So if it turns out that just CJ is able to stick around, then the boys will just join you all, and we'll have a combined thing go on where they just join you and for whatever final fight.
Okay.
But I'm really hoping that Mojo and Lethality can be here next week, because that would be really cool. And I know that Mojo's been dealing with a lot of real life issues, and then Lethality obviously keeps getting slammed with work, so.
Yep, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
In any case, experience.
Experience, yes. We have ways that we do things that are arbitrary to me because I'm the DM. So I don't like big numbers, so I just like dishing out things that are easy to keep track of. So that means that you all get your 5 experience for attending the session tonight.
Hey.
And I know that CJ was with us here briefly, but he had to step away because he was feeling sick. So, so he'll be in the audience tonight. As a result, you defeated quite a bit of monsters. So let's just call that a flat 10.
Woo!
And then the
Yeehaw.
audience poll is up for y'all to vote on who your favorite is. But we also have some roleplay prompts for y'all to consider. Who pushed our plot for today?
Oh, Lyra.
Hero.
I mean, that sounds unanimous to me. Unless Derek,
You don't
have
get
an
a-
honorable mention.
I did way too much talking.
Well,
But I'll take the extra XP.
what about best scene? Because there was a lot of talking earlier.
Alira.
Also, Lyra. Yeah.
Mm.
With her mother.
I did
that
like
was
the
a
scene with
harsh
Mom.
one.
I did.
I'm
It was very
emotionally
sad.
eviscerated from that one.
Yeah. Matron Mariel was definitely a very emotional, heartfelt scene. So yeah, unless Derek, you got an honorable mention, that's going to you. And who had our best line from tonight?
I'll toss my hat in there for that one. Specifically for going into deep speech, telling Alira to make them pay.
Ooh.
I would second that. That one fucks.
Okay. Well, Derek, what you
I
think?
agree with that.
You agree with
No,
that?
yep.
All right, Vanya, it is.
I'm not looking for the clean sweep tonight.
Hey, Lamau.
Well, you're damn near getting it because you got 30 votes in on the audience poll right now.
Damn. I wonder who's dumping a bunch of experience points into that one.
Gee, I
CJ
wonder.
said he was gonna.
Oh, no, wait, wrong number.
Unless somebody wants to spend another bunch of points to get 30 votes up there. 31 to be exact, to beat that out, but you know.
Good luck.
CJ, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, yeah, looks like it's closing up on Alira. So, Alira, you got the audience favorite from tonight. Thanks, CJ.
Yay! One more
CJ.
session and I get an automatic level up.
Yay.
I can finally catch up.
I am 41 away
From level
from level 14.
14. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize
Nice.
you guys were that high right now. Damn. Damn. Well, thank you guys very much for playing. You guys are fantastic players.
Thank you, Coffee. This was fun. Thank you.
Yeah.
I know that I'd been promising a little bit of a hack and slash moment, so here you go.
Thank you.
I got another one for next week, so...
Yay.
Yay.
So we've got some more of that. But until we do that, we obviously have Cyberpunk that goes on Wednesdays, and of course Saturday nights are D&D nights. So with all of that, I'm going to put together all of the VODs from tonight because internet. So that'll go up next week though, so that you guys can have that for your watching pleasure. You can always check out the YouTube. I post all of the VODs up there for free so that you can watch them as you see fit. Otherwise, we do them live here on Twitch. So if you want to subscribe to help support the channel, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, you also get the VODs, the live full version of the VOD for free as well. So thank you guys out in the audience for being lovely, and thanks so much to the raiders from earlier. If you're still around, we appreciate it. But let's find somebody to raid and call this a successful evening. So say goodnight, everybody.
Night.
Good night.
Okay, OBS should be restarted now. So you were saying that you were summoning your spiritual weapon.
Yes, summoning spiritual weapon. So it's a bonus action. I can summon it not 30 feet, but actually 60 feet now that I'm looking at the thingy here. So I'm going to spawn it right next to that first critter that is the closest critter to us.
Closest critter to you. Here we go. I found my spiritual weapon. The little intellect devourer's got a little sword hanging above him now.
He's going to have a bad time. Okay, so next I get a free attack with that.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and
swing a bonk.
This is going to be a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon.
Yep.
That's going to be 2d8.
Yep. Roll for attack first. But yeah.
Right. Do-do-do. Let's see. 13 plus...
Yeah, you'll hit.
Okay. That's fair. That's fine. All right, and then next, that's gonna be 2d8. Now I can roll that. Plus my spellcasting ability modifier, so 6. Ah, no! Damn you! Where the fuck did you go? Where'd you go? Alright. Ow. Alright.
Careful.
Online dice. Ow. Online dice roller, let's go. I'll just do the roll 20.
Okay.
1d8. First one was 6. Jesus. Alright, 7 plus my ability modifier, which is 5. So 5 plus 7. 12 damage. It gets shanked. And so that's a bonus right there, all of that. And then next, I'm going to go ahead and do a Sacred Flame on this godforsaken thing.
Okay. Which is a dex save.
Yes, it is.
Which an 18 will pass, plus things, right?
No, it doesn't.
No.
My 19.
Oh, okay. I said 18 plus things. It was 18 plus 2.
Oh, 18 plus 2. Okay, that saves.
Yeah, that'll be a dirty 20. But you did hurt it pretty bad, so...
Alright, that's a start.
That's a start. That's Arya's turn. We're up. Start a second round. So, Alira, what do? You got 2 people on you. You got a drow and a very hurt intellect devourer.
Well, let's start with the intellect devourer.
Let's get him.
17 hit.
17 will... Oh, actually. Nope, never mind. You're not concentrating on anything. 17 will hit, yes.
Okay, that's 8 points of damage.
And it's dead.
Okay. We will bring it to the drow then.
Yep.
Does a 22 hit?
22 hits.
Okay, I am going to use a level 2 smite.
Okay.
So that should be 4 dice.
Yep.
14. That will be 23 points of damage.
Ooh. Yikers. It don't like that.
I am quickly running out of spell slots.
As Paladin didn't do, but you know. Okay. Hasted attack?
Oh, right, I have a hasten attack.
Yep. You are hasted.
Okay. Oh, that is going to be a 17.
Miss.
Damn. All right. Had to be 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you moving or bonus action?
I am going to... Yeah. I am going to rush and block... Or put myself between the group and the rest of the oncoming
Okay.
individuals. Yes, I will provoke an attack of opportunity.
You're just gonna zoom in right over here. He's gonna swing. Which I don't think a 5 plus things is going to actually hit you. So he misses.
21? No, I don't think that will. So
Nope. He does not hit you. Well, I say he, but they're very likely the warrior women. Okay, so Alira puts herself in this position to block the rest of the party from getting harried. And Vanya, what you do?
Let me see the board, because I was double checking something.
Yep, you are right here. Zephyr's in front of you. You've got an intellect devourer right here with the spiritual weapon, and then you have the other drow warrior right here. Got another one right here.
Going to fire off an arrow at that intellect devourer.
Okay. Arrow at the intellect devourer.
21 to hit.
That'll hit. Let's roll damage.
$13 points of damage.
That'll do it. That guy is plinked with an arrow and is donezo.
Alright. The drow in front of us is going to get the other 2 arrows.
Okay. Roll for attacks.
First one is going to be a 23 to hit.
Hits. Yep.
Uh, 12 points of damage for that one.
Okay.
Third arrow. 24 to hit.
Hits.
I went up a number. Oh, 15 points of damage.
Nice.
And as a bonus action, I'm ordering Zephyr to attack.
Ordering Zephyr to attack.
So he is going to move forward to the one in front of us and bite.
Bite attack from a dragon dog.
Yep. And his attacks are infused now because of level.
Yep.
God damn it, Zephyr.
Zephyr dice. Natural 20.
That 20, Zephyr dice.
Let's get it. Let's go. We love this dog.
So, is his infused damage going to be doubled as well?
If it's dice, it doubles.
Okay. So, let's see here. 3, 6, 11 points piercing.
Okay.
And then 12 cold.
12? Oh my.
Zephyr dice.
This dragon dog don't like enemies.
No, he don't. I think he's finding great joy in the fact he can deal extra damage.
He is. Alright.
But that is it for me.
Okay. Well, we don't have any more intellect devourers anymore. So they're off the initiative now. Drow warriors. Can he get close enough? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 6. No, he can't get close enough. So instead, he's gonna go for Zephyr. He can't get close enough to Alera. He's gonna go after the dog instead. So, swing with 2 short swords attacks. 18 plus 7 is 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, so
Actually, one question.
sure.
Sorry, I'm still learning this, but what is it? It's within 10 feet of, or Doggo's within 10 feet of me right now, is he not?
No, he's 15, maybe, no, 20.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Never mind. I thought I had an option. I did not.
Okay, so this might be a little bit of an ouch. He's taking 1d6 piercing, 1d6 plus 4 piercing, and 3d6 poison. So that's 6 piercing damage and 9 points of poison damage. On that
Okay,
first attack.
took him down to about half.
Okay. Attack number 2 from this guy. Ooh, that's a natural 20. Yikes.
Oh, we're about to have a pissed off elf.
We'll see. Hopefully on a low roll.
Coffee, it's you.
Ooh, that's 8 plus 4 is 12 slashing damage on its own.
Okay.
And then,
Lovely.
ooh, ouch. I did not low roll that. That's
How much?
22 poison damage.
Yeah, no, he's just out.
So what does that look like with Zephyr's new form?
I imagine as he falls, whatever essence type he has, he dissipates into a symbolism of it. So for this essence type being cold, it'd be falling into little snowflakes, ice crystals, before it fades away.
Which is what the 3 of you see.
And the only reason why Vanya is not frantic and screaming right now is because she can still feel that connection with him.
Mm.
She doesn't have answers for it yet, but she can still feel that connection with him.
So that's the first drow. Second drow is going to meet Alira head on. So Alira, going after you.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
That is 19 to hit. That's not going to hit you.
Nope.
That's less, so that's not going to hit you. He's swiping. He's swiping, but he's not landing.
Walking behind my shield, trying not to end up getting eviscerated.
Yep. Which brings us to Arya. We have two drow in the field, kind of in a line of each other.
Oh, in a line, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they kind of are. All right. Well, first of all, let's resolve that the bonus action that is that weapon right there.
Yes.
Spiritual weapon. Let me.
We want this guy?
Wait, no, what?
Top guy or bottom guy?
Oh, it's nearby both of them, isn't it?
Kinda, yeah. It can reach either one, whichever one you want.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do the guy closest. I would also like to move this turn.
Okay.
Because they're getting a little bit too close for comfort for me.
Where are you going?
But yeah. Let's go ahead and resolve that damage though first.
So we're going after this guy next to Alira?
Yeah.
Okay. Put it next to him.
An aid, if you will.
Spell attack roll.
I think that would just be. Jesus, what am I doing? I'm trying to figure out how to do this on Roll20 officially. That's where we're at.
Unless you have it set up as a spell, it would be 1d20 plus your spell attack modifier. And your spell attack... Whoops.
Oop. Okay. Alright, that didn't work the way I thought. The spell attack modifier is... Is it... Hold on. Is it the spell attack modifier?
It's just a number modifier on the top of your sheet on your spell page.
Jesus, I have been underscoring it this entire time.
Huh?
Because I thought it was just... Yeah, spellcasting ability modifier, which is completely different. That's actually what it is. So that would just be 5.
Your spell
not
attack
spell
modifier.
attack.
Yeah, your spell attack is 11, so it's 1d20 plus 11.
No, I'm looking at the page right now. It says 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
That's for
hold
damage. I was asking for an attack roll.
Why am I dumb as hell? All right.
Yeah, that's your damage roll.
Thank you.
Your attack roll is plus 11.
There we go. There it is. 25. Does that hit?
That'll hit. That's plenty.
That hits. Beautiful. Okay. So this is actually going to be 2d8 plus 5.
Yep.
Hit it. All right.
14. And that is... Yeah, that's number 1. Okay.
That is a bonus action. My action, I'm going to force one of these guys to... I'm going to force that same guy to make the dexterity save.
Okay. Dex save
For Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame. Well, let's Dex save is 18.
Total?
Yes, which does not pass.
Oh, thank God. Finally it works. Yay! He takes 15 damage.
No.
Radiant damage this time. Okay. Alright. Yay! Alright. Sacred Flame, you finally work! It hits like a third of the time. Now I'm gonna move way the fuck away and around that corner right there.
This way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Perfect. I don't want to be directly there.
Nope. You do not want to be around them at all. Just keep in mind,
Also-
you cannot see through that wall.
That's okay. The point is to maintain that haste. That's what I'm afraid of.
Yep. We want that. Alright. Top
Yep.
of round 3. Alera.
Okay. If that is the case, there's one drow there, Doggo's there.
Doggo's actually
Looks like-
disappeared.
Oh, Doggo's disappeared.
Yep.
So those two are literally really close to each other. So
Uh-huh.
we're gonna
Well, we got
We're
one
gonna-
here, we got one here, and that's a sacred weapon.
okay. Well, I'm gonna peel one away. Actually, let's attack the one that's right in front.
Right in front of you. Go ahead for attack roll.
Yep. Does an 18 hit?
Barely.
Okay. That's going to be 11 points of damage, piercing.
Okay.
And if it's not down, I'll make another attack.
Not yet.
That's a 1. That's a critical failure.
Do you want to spend a luck?
Yeah, I think I'm going to spend my last luck. That's a 3. So, okay.
Oh, no.
There it is.
There it is. There's the streak ended.
Oof. Yikes.
It was
Third
fun while it
attack.
lasted.
You have two. That's your first attack, isn't it? Oh, that's your second
That
attack.
would be my second.
You have your hasted attack.
Third is 25. I'll take that.
Take that. Let's go. Roll for damage.
Jesus.
That is going to be 7 points of damage.
And he's out.
Okay. Then I am going to rush to the nearest enemy that I have and block them off.
Yep.
All right. And that's my turn.
Vanya.
There's a pissed off elf.
Yeah, it's a pissed off elf. There's a pissed off land elf.
You're going robotic again.
Oh, no. No. OBS. Internet. Hello. Are we good?
Yeah, still robotic.